नहीं तुम बोलने से सामने नहीं आएगा तो यूट्यूब लाइव है ना तो ये कैमरा को घुमा तो वो फ्रंट फ्रंट में दे दो ये वाला ये सामने वाला है
तुम्हें ज्वाइन कर लो आओ
इस तरफ ये ऑडियंस और
ये ऑडियो को बंद कर दिया
बस
क्या लेके
अभी दीजिए दे दिया क्या
तो बंद कर दिया ऑडियो को क्यों नहीं आ रहा
पॉइंट ही नहीं है
हाँ आपसे भी आ सकते हैं हाँ
बीच का लेना था लेकिन पॉइंट नहीं है ना
हेलो
एक्सटेंशन कोड ले जाके
छोड़ दो करने से कर सकते हैं
तो थोड़ा अच्छा से कर लेना ना
क्या बोला
तो थोड़ा ठीक से कर देना बाद में ये सुनने से मजा लगेगा कि स्पीच का था ही नहीं
चलो जॉइन करो
ओके
ऑडियो चेक करो आप फोकस करने के लिए
कहाँ कम डाला कैमरा हेलो हाँ पिक्चर बोलो हाँ बोलो
क्या दिया है क्या लिंक दिया है
वही तो
कोड बताने
यहाँ इनोवेशन खत्म होने के बाद
तो मैं तो कैसे घुमा देगा
12 बजे के बाद होना चाहिए पहले एक बार चेक कर लो वहाँ सेटिंग को
लिंक को वो ज्वाइन तो क्या शुरू से ज्वाइन हो गए थे वो ना बाद में
ज्वाइन करेगा तो बाद में ज्वाइन करेगा
गूगल मीट का हम बाद में ले वो कर ले ज्वाइन तो करके रखेगा
एक बार टेस्ट कर लो
पूरी टीम आ गई ना
एक बार टेस्ट कर लो
आपका माइक्रोफोन यूज करेगा तो ना
तुम्हारा फोन यूज कर चेक कर रहे हैं क्या से ज्वाइन किया सर आईडी से ज्वाइन किया
रजिस्टर ने ये जो आईडी लॉगिन है वही वाला फेसबुक
हाँ ठीक है कैमरा फिट कर दो
विंडो कैप्चर ना
गूगल मीट जा सेटिंग में जाओ ऑडियो में इसको चूज
ये
हाँ
वाला
कैंसिल हाँ इसका वीडियो जा
तो ठीक है
वही है ना हाँ ठीक है वीडियो क्यों नहीं दिखा
नहीं वो किसे दिखेगा
तो ऑन करो वीडियो ऑन हो गया ना
ये मेरा वीडियो है
अबे सो जो तुमको लिंक भेजा है ना वो लिंक जाके बाहर जाके ऑन करो
कौन सा स्क्रीन दिखेगा इसको पिक कर दो। आपका फुल स्क्रीन करो। साइड का हटा दीजिए, ऊपर का टेबल।
जो लिंक भेजा ना, हेडफोन में कनेक्ट करो, ऑडियो आ रही कि नहीं उसको भी चेक करना पड़ेगा। कौन सा?
हाँ, तुम लोग उधर दिखाई देगा ना रोटेट करने वाला, जिसको रोटेट करेगा ना उसको हम वहाँ से हटा देगा। ये मतलब अभी ये प्रोग्राम हो रहा है ना, तो पकड़ लो हमको। अभी तू चलाना है ना, तू को हम यहाँ में देख के सेट करेगा प्रोग्राम का। तू दबाएगा ना तो ये लाइव जाएगा, ये लाइव उधर लाइव होगा ना ऐसे। फिर वन को हम सेट करेगा ना, वन को हम देख लेगा कहाँ कहाँ दिखाना है, ठीक है। सेट कर लेगा, उसके बाद प्रोग्राम करेगा। तो उधर प्रोग्राम अभी नहीं, बाद में। लेकिन एक उधर में बैठना पड़ेगा, वो वाला कैमरा नहीं। नहीं, एक तो फिक्स स्टेज में रहने देगा और एक ऑडियंस को वो कर देगा, ये वाला सामने वाला उसको फिक्स कर देगा। यूट्यूब का
इको नहीं आना चाहिए। इको तो नहीं आना चाहिए, ये ऑडियो कैप्चर करना चाहिए। ये ऑडियो कैप्चर मैंने इसको बंद किया है।
थोड़ा बंद करिए ना।
नहीं नहीं, मेरा इसको ऑडियो कैप्चर।
हेलो।
हेलो सुख, सुख
हाँ।
ऑडियो आ रहा है ना?
इको हो रहा है क्या?
एकदम क्लियर।
इको आ रहा है?
क्लियर है, क्लियर। नहीं नहीं, इको नहीं है।
ज्ञान भैया, ऑडियो आउटपुट जो आपका उधर से जाने दीजिए। मेरा इधर लगाने से ना वो जब बाहर से बोलेगा तो वो वाला इसमें बजेगा, समझ रहे? क्योंकि आप नहीं इसमें बजेगा। हाँ, पोस्ट वाला को वो करेगा।
हाँ बोलो तो, सुख बोलते रहो।
1 2 3
इसमें आ रहा है ये माइक।
1 2 3
चेंज करेगा
1 2 3
रुको रुको।
स्पीकर नीचे नीचे, रियल टेक ऑडियो नीचे और राइट में।
अभी आप लोग लाइव करना है ना?
हाँ,
हाँ सुख अभी बोलो।
लाइव हम लोग एक्चुअली
हेलो 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 हेलो
कोई आया नहीं है।
1 2 3
बात ये
हाँ
है।
कुछ रीड,
माय टेस्टिंग।
रोकने से हम लोग फंस जाना था।
कुछ न्यूज़ रीड।
ये प्रॉब्लम है। जब
हाँ बोलो सुख।
हाँ,
हाँ ठीक है ठीक है। होली
कुछ रीड करके सुनाना है क्या?
होली कल है। हाँ हाँ ठीक है, आ जाओ।
नहीं।
एमए स्टूडेंट आ रही है।
नहीं, इसका आउटपुट थोड़ा मिलाने दीजिए इसमें।
So anything you require, they are only to fill anytime.
माइक्रोफोन वो नहीं ले रहा है।
क्या माइक में यहाँ से कर रहे हैं ना हम, इसका ऑडियो कैप्चर कर रहे हैं। याद आला ना इसको
विजय विजय
जो
विजय
हाँ
सुकमल मिंटू
गूगल मीट का ऑडियो को ले लेगा ना, फिर इको होगा नहीं।
नहीं हो रहा है।
नहीं होगा उसको पूछा ना सबको नहीं होगा किसका ऑडियो को ले रहे हैं यहाँ पे भी गूगल मीट ज्वाइन किया ना ऑडियो यहाँ से दो या यहाँ से दो बाहर अलग है किसने नहीं होगा ना इस ये ऐसे बहुत यूज कर रहे हैं ना सब कुछ इसका यूज कर रहा है ऑडियो और वीडियो और क्या बोलता है माइक इसका यूज कर रहा है ऑडियो इसका यूज कर रहा है यहाँ से प्ले करना पड़ेगा इसको था नहीं वॉइस पे नहीं क्या ऑडियो है क्या ऑडियो हाँ ये क्या
गूगल मीट का तुमको नहीं चाहिए।
हाँ माइक हाँ
तुमको भेजा है तो
आपको कहाँ है? सारे स्टूडेंट हैं क्लास में।
क्या भेजे व्हाट्सएप तो हमको चेक करना पड़ेगा ये तो हमको चाहिए ऑडियो चेक करने के लिए नहीं इसका हमारा नहीं तो उनका ऑडियो से चेक कर सकते
लाइव शुरू कर दिए।
हाँ
हैं कर दिया
बात से करने का सब
म्यूट कर दें ऑडियो कैप्चर को वो कर दें।
गाने आने का भी बात है हाँ। फोन जाने से गाने दे दो
हाँ तो सब रेडी कर लग जाए
हाँ, मैंने हम भी बोला है रेडी करके रखने ठीक है
नहीं पहुंचे
फाइनेंस थोड़ा लेट पे आता है तो गेस्ट लोग आ ही गया ना बाहर के डेली गेस्ट लोग आ गए वेट तो नहीं करेगा
काट डिस्प्ले नीचे वाला
नहीं कट रहे
ओ हम लोग कर रहे हैं
नाइनटीन से फिर अष्टलक्ष्मी शुरू है
यार
रेडी हो
नहीं
जाए
ना इससे प्रोग्राम का प्रोग्राम हो रहा है ना
बोरी हो गया अष्टलक्ष्मी के ऊपर से इतना घुमाना पड़ता है ना कहाँ कहाँ घूमने को ले जाते टूरिस्ट गाइड जैसा लगता था कुछ
आज तो लक्ष्मी वाला ना मैडम
हाँ सीएम गवर्नर को भी रिक्वेस्ट करके बोर हो गया ना वो लोग भी मतलब इरिटेट हो जाता है पीए लोग भी कभी कभी ठीक है ना इतना कल परसों ही तो बोल गया था गवर्नर ऑफिस से बोला अभी फिर ऐसा बोला हमको इसको ही लगा के रखो जब शुरू तक शुरू नहीं होता ताकि
म्यूट कर दे
खाना आ रहा है क्या मिट क्या चाहिए
म्यूट कर दे ये वाला माइक ऑक्स ये वाला मेरा नहीं है ना
मीटिंग का लाइव को चेक कर लिया था ऑडियो मतलब मीटिंग लिंक से एलईडी का सब कनेक्ट
ऑफिस में है सदस्य को सदस्य कहाँ में सदस्य प्रधान हाँ मंदिर से हम ला दे ये एसटीएमआई है
अच्छा है ना वो लाइफ में
एसटीएमआई है तो ना यहाँ में हाँ हाँ ठीक है
ये म्यूजिक का बच्चा लोग तो नहीं आया म्यूजिक का बच्चा तो नहीं आया बजा दो जब बोले तो रेडी हो जाओ
हम भी इधर हैं
हाँ इसलिए मालूम था
We have Professor Elizabeth Hansen, Dean, Faculty of Education. We have on the dais with us Dr. Henry Vikram, Registrar, Rajiv Gandhi University. We have on the dais with us Professor P. Acharya Sir, organizing chairman of the international seminar.
we need to
We
make
also have Professor Rina Rock, Head Department of Education. And last but not the least, we have on the dais Dr. Nishant P.M., coordinator of today's seminar. So before we start the annual session of the international seminar, it is our tradition to read lessons for the lighting of the lamp. So for this, I request all the esteemed guests on the dais to kindly come forward and light the lamp together.
God Yunus song ना
इसका बाद में रेडी करके रखो
हाँ रेडी है भाई ऑन है ना ये
तो एक ही ठीक लगा आदमी अब माइक लगाएगा
टाइम से
everyone. Now, we will be doing with the
बैनर भेजा
presentation
है
of
ना,
our
पूरा स्क्वायर
esteemed
टाइप
guest,
का बैनर भेजा
for which, first, I would like to
इसकी शेप मजा नहीं है ना, ये शेप
किस
अच्छा
EMI
है।
में डाला है
उसमें
वेब प्रेजेंटेशन व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप में
Education and Formal Director, SDRT Limited.
टाइम लगेगा
So please come to the
कोई नहीं, बाद में
So to facilitate, sir, I would like to
एक ही
request
बैनर बोर्ड हो जाएगा ना, एक
हाँ, बैनर भेज दो।
Honorable Vice Chancellor of Rajiv Gandhi
इसका शेप अजीब हो रहा था।
तो ये बैनर भी
ये भेजा
हाँ, ये लगा दो दोनों बना के रख
कोई स्विच करते हो आदमी को आइए तो देख
हमारा हो गया, हम सभी इसको फिट दे देंगे, इसमें हम गूगल में चेंज
ऐसा
निकलेगा
हाँ
डायलॉग ही मारना है थोड़ा देख लो पैनल डिस्कशन का समय साउंड होता है शाम को 6 बजे से बात कर लो
ऑन कर देना ऑन कर देना
Thank you, sir. Please take your seat. Now, I invite our guest of honor, Professor Lakshman Ganani, from the School of Education, Kathmandu University, Nepal, to the stage, for which I now request Dr. N.P. Chancellor, Registrar of Rajiv Gandhi University, to kindly present the token of our appreciation to Nishit Shah, Amanendu, and Abhishek.
निकालना पड़ेगा ना अबे अभी चलने दो अभी तो नहीं कर सकते तो ऐसा करने से वहाँ नहीं जाएगा ना
Thank you, sir. Please take your seat. Now, I invite Dr. B.N. Kumar, President C from Kerala, India, to the stage for presentation. For this, I would like to invite Professor Elizabeth Nasiman, Dean, Faculty of Education, to felicitate sir with a traditional food, Nishit Shah, Amanendu, and Abhishek.
ऐसे तो नहीं होता वो यहाँ का दिखाई देगा सुन करने से
ये फिट कर देंगे ये फिट को दे दीजिए पीछे में
Thank you, sir. And then, now I invite Professor S.P. Nayak, sir, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Rajiv Gandhi University, and the chief guest of the international seminar to the stage for presentation, for which I now request Professor Bua Inato, head of the department, to kindly present sir with a token of our appreciation in the form of a sword, Nishit card, a memento, and a bouquet.
फिट दे देगा ना कैमरा फिट कैसे देगा हम लोग ही नहीं तो
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Moving ahead, now I invite Dr. N.J. Vikram, sir, Registrar Rajiv Gandhi University, to come to the stage for the presentation. So for this, now I invite Professor
बंधु एक्शन कैसे निकलेगा
and the former head of the department to kindly present, sir, with a token of appreciation in in the form of a sword, Nishi's card, a memento, and a vision.
यहाँ से भी सहने देंगे
लास्ट मोमेंट में थोड़ा करना पड़ता है
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
डिस्प्ले दिखाएगा
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished delegates and valued participants, we now grant a special moment of appreciation for our esteemed resource persons who are seeking of their lives. So, first I would like to invite Professor Anita Rastogi to come forward of the dais for education and Professor Jaidev Sahu, former Dean Faculty of Education and Head of the Department of Education, are due to kindly present token of our appreciation in the form of a song, Mrs. Card, and given to Professor Anita Rastogi. Anita Rastogi.
जब शिफ्ट करेगा बसन माने तो
लेकिन कनेक्ट उससे है ना
यहाँ कनेक्ट करना पड़ेगा ना
कैन भी कनेक्ट नहीं होता गूगल में
चैनल होगा ना
यहाँ पॉइंट ही नहीं है अभी
I request Professor Jaidev Sahu to stay back on the stage to honor other resources. Now I invite Professor Lakshmi Bhattacharya, Head Department of Education, RIU.
ये कनेक्शन भी क्या होगा
नहीं नहीं रिस्क मत लो
ये
ट्राई करके दिखाओ
क्या
मत करो
नहीं होता है होने में
अभी मत करो ये देता हूँ फिर दे देगा ना
Now I invite Professor Amula Kumar Acharya to come to the stage for felicitation and I request Professor Jaidev Sahu to kindly present token of our appreciation in the form of Mrs. Shaw, Mrs. R. Shaw and the remark to Professor Amula Kumar. Thank you, sir. Now I invite Dr. Divya K to come to the stage for felicitation and request Professor Jaidev Sahu to kindly present token of our appreciation in the form of a short. This is and a given to Dr. Divya. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. Please take your seat. Now I invite Dr. Meera Singh to the stage for presentation and request Professor T. Ludi, sir, former Dean Faculty of Education and Head Department of Education, to present token of love in the form of a shawl, a scarf, and a monument to Dr. I request Professor Lulul to sit back on the stage. So now I invite Professor Prakash Chandra Jaina to the stage for felicitation and request Professor Lulul to kindly present the token of appreciation, the sword, the scarf, and the medal to Professor Prakash Chandra Jaina. Now I invite Dr. A.C. Pradhan to the stage for presentation and request Professor Lulul to kindly present token of our appreciation, the sword, the scarf, and the memento to Dr. A.C. Pradhan.
मिनी में जाएगा
Going ahead, now I would like to invite Dr. William Time to the stage for felicitation and request Professor Lulul to kindly present token of appreciation, the sword, the scarf, and the memento to Dr. William Time.
ये फिर जो डिस्टर्ब कर रहे थे
किसका कैमरा
इनको इनको कैमरा लेकिन केबल के साथ डिस्टर्ब कर रहे हैं सारे ये
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. Please take your seats.
ये आगे जा रहा है
Thank you, sir. Now, moving ahead, I would like to invite Professor Govarina Kaufman at Department of Education for the lecture.
अभी फूट कर देगा अभी तो बात कर रहे हैं ना
Welcome, one and all present here. A very gracious and well welcome, all on behalf of the 3D International Center on Leading World Education, Past, Present, and Future. At the very outset, I extend my heartfelt welcome to the Chief Guest of the Center, Professor P. Nair, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Rajiv Gandhi University, whose unwavering dedication continues to steer the Rajiv Gandhi University towards quality, academic distinction. So we deeply appreciate for your presence. I extend a warm welcome to the guest of honor, Professor Lakshman Dhanawal, School of Education, Kathmandu University, Nepal. His international academic experience, scholarly and the intellectual spirit of the seminar. So your presence is great value and inspiration to this gathering. We are privileged to welcome our special keynote speaker, Professor Rishikesh Sethupathi, former director of NCERT, who paid invaluable contribution to NCERT in terms of education policy and curriculum development. We truly thank you for accepting our invitation, sir. I also welcome to Dr. B.N. Sasikumar, President of CM, Kerala. We sincerely appreciate for your notable services to academic advancement and professional development. We deeply appreciate for your presence, sir. I also welcome Dr. Andrew Ram, registered graduate University, for his constant support in administrating and personally to the entire staff of the university. I extend a warm welcome to Professor Elizabeth Hansi, Dean, Faculty of Education, Rajasthan University, for academic leadership and guidance. Moving on, I welcome Professor P.K. Acharya, organizing chairman of the seminar for his dedicated efforts in conceptualizing this event, and Dr. Nisan P.M., organizing secretary of the seminar for ensuring its smooth execution. I also welcome to all the dignitaries of the dais, learned fellow supporters who have been there for this international seminar, especially those chairperson, madam, and principal from the collaborative institutions. I also welcome to all the heads, deans, faculties from various departments. I heartily welcome to all the delegates from various parts of India and abroad. We deeply appreciate your presence and enrichment. Your contribution will be instrumental in making this seminar a grand success. I also welcome to all the research scholars, students, and my media friends. This seminar reflects our commitment to fostering scholarly dialogues, addressing contemporary challenges in education and advancing knowledge. I'm confident enough that this seminar will be a productive for academia. With these few words, I extend my best wishes to all delegates and thank you all for your gracious presence. Once again, warm welcome to all.
Thank you, Madam Rina. Now, I invite Professor P.K. Acharya, sir, organizing chairman, to kindly share the concept note of our international seminar on the leading goal, education of past, present, and future. Sir, please.
Ashokanam, Satyamu, Kamasanam, Bhutiramayu, Murtanam, Amutanam. This monumental reflects the transformative power of education, which is moving from ignorance to knowledge and from education to enlightenment. So in this today's international seminar, I heartfelt gratitude to all the dignitaries and delegates on the dais and after dais. Again, good morning to all. Honorable Vice Chancellor of Gandhinagar University, Professor S. K. Nayak, who is the chief guest of the tourists in our program. Esteemed Registrar, Gandhinagar University, Dr. N. K. Vikram, the most admirable keynote speaker, Professor Rishikesh Sethupathi, the former director, NCERT, New Delhi, India, and also the guest of honor of our today's inaugural program, Professor Lakshman Dhanawal, the Professor School of Education, Kathmandu University, Kathmandu, Nepal, Dr. Shashi Kumar, the President Council of Council of Educational Administration and Management, Kerala. Respected Dean, Professor Elizabeth Hamshi, the Dean Faculty of Education, the Professor Govinaka, Faculty Department of Education, and in the online speakers who are available, Dr. Puni Avilia, the Chairman of BRICS International, Moscow, Russia, and also Dr. Sami Abdul Aziz, the Counselor on Defense Technology and Ambassador of India, Moscow, Russia. Then, all the speakers who are on the dais, Professor Lakshmana Dena, Head Department of Education, International Education, NCI, Bhubaneswar, Professor Amulya Kumar Acharya, Head Department of Education, FM University, Bharateshwar, Odisha, Professor Prakash Chandra Jena, Head Department of Education, Arunachal Pradesh University, Pasighat, Dr. Virashi, Dr. Vidya P, and also Dr. Vinay Kayan, Secretary and Principal Teacher Training College, Alu, and Dr. K.C. Pradhan, Principal Kasturba Gandhi Institute of Higher Education, Devani, and Dr. Mandula Mahapatra, the Principal College of Teacher Education, and the program coordinator of the international seminar, Dr. Nishant P, all the deans and the heads of various departments, esteemed faculty members of the Department of Education and other departments of Rajiv Gandhi University, the most respected invited delegates and presenters, students of various departments of Rajiv Gandhi University and above research scholars and others house present over there. At the outset of the inaugural program of the international seminar on leading our education of past, present and future, which is being organized by the Department of Education in collaboration with CM Kerala, NETA Foundation, then Teachers Training College Aarul, Kasturba Gandhi Institute of Higher Education Kerala Doing, Denim College of Teacher Education Delhi. I express my deep sense of gratitude to all the distinguished guests and participants. Keeping in view of the context, norms, conditions of the relevant society, the needs and aspirations of the Gen Z and Gen Alpha learners, and the education at the global level, the team has been conceptualized and taken a step to provide the platform for the national and international academicians to debate and deliberate on the education of past, present, and future. As we all know, education is a living heart of every civilization. It allows time reflecting the intellectual, cultural, and technological maturity of society. No doubt, education, viewed through the lens of the living world, reflects humanity's evolving relations with nature, knowledge systems, and technological progress. In the past, education in civilization, such as ancient India and ancient Greece, focused on moral values, character formation, and philosophical ability, which was primarily experiential and community-centered, rooted survival and cultural continuity. Some factors also the great thinkers like Socrates, who emphasize direct and critical thinking, while traditional systems nurture discipline and holistic development. Ancient systems such as the Gurukula traditions in India and the philosophical academies of which emphasize holistic development, ethical discipline, and harmony with nature. However, access remains limited and knowledge transmission are largely teacher-centered. In the pagan, education is set by globalization and digital transformation. Organizations like UNESCO promote inclusive and equitable education worldwide. Technology, online platforms, and skill-based learning have expanded access, though challenges such as the digital divide and commercialization persist. With the rise of scientific inquiry and industrialization, education in the pagan era has transformed into structured, research-oriented, and globally connected enterprise. Contemporary programs supported by international platforms such as UNESCO promote inclusive, equitable, and sustainable education, aligning with global development goals, integrating digital technology, interdisciplinary learning, and environmental conceptions. Looking towards the future, international academic discourse increasingly emphasizes adaptive, technology-integrated, and sustainability-driven education systems. The integration of artificial intelligence, immersive simulation technologies, and personalized learning environments is expected to redefine pedagogy and assessment models. Global initiatives such as United Nations Sustainable Development Goals understood the necessity of education that fosters ecological responsibility, climate literacy, and ethical innovation. Future educational paradigms must therefore move beyond mere knowledge dissemination towards cultivating resilience, global citizenship, and high-spirit stewardship. In this context, education becomes not only a mechanism of human advancement, but also a strategic instrument of preserving and sustaining the living world. The future of education will be driven by artificial intelligence, innovation, and lifelong learning. As highlighted by the World Economic Forum, future systems will require adaptability, creativity, and ethical responsibility. Therefore, ultimately, education in the living world must balance knowledge, technology, and human values, ensuring that progress remains human, inclusive, and sustainable. Taking into cognizance the present international seminar, not only the first conglomeration of eminent national and international speakers, but also attracts 220 academicians to deliver their views on education of past, present, and future, and discourses amplified both empirically and philosophically in restructuring a new education system under the current of the needs, aspirations of the learners, new social and global economic order. We hope that the land of up sunlight and long mountains of Arunachal Pradesh and the lush green and dams of Rajasthan University in spring will give a new fervor and flavor to the positive synergy and experience to all the delegates and participants over their stay at Rajasthan University. So with this, let me conclude my remarks as chairman of the conceptualization of the theme of our seminar, why living for education of past, present, and future. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. Now, I would like to invite the Registrar of Rajasthan University, Dr. N.P. Kausar, sir, please come to share a few words with our honors gathering.
Morning to all of you. Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Kenai, who is here as chief guest of the inaugural session of this free international seminar. Professor Lakshman Dhanwadi, School of Education, Kathmandu University, Nepal, is here as guest of honor. Professor Rishikesh Senapati, former director at NCRT, our keynote speaker. Dr. V.M. Sasi Kumar, President, CEM, Kerala, who is here as a special invitee, a collaborator on this program. Professor Elizabeth Shamsi, Dean Faculty of Education. Professor Buwan Nato, Head Department of Education. Professor P.K. Acharya, Chairman Organizing Committee. Dr. Nishan, PM, Secretary of this committee, Organizing Committee. Distinguished resource persons, learned faculty members of the Department of Education and all other departments who are today here, officers of the university, and the participants from different parts of the country as well as from abroad. And of course, my dear students who are presenting seminar. Some of you might be familiar with the first time. I warmly welcome all of you. This is a land of rising sun, Arunachal Pradesh. This land is known for a diversity. India we used to call unity in diversity. Here in Arunachal Pradesh, it is perfectly actually displayed or reflected or represented. We have numerous ethnicities. If we count, and not the aggregate, we have either 26 tribes, minor and sub-tribes more than 100 in the state. And the beauty is that each and every community, ethnic groups have their own way of life, own culture, tradition, customs, even food habits, dresses, whatnot. So beauty lies in this. This is why Arunachal really displays the beauty in diversity. And adding to this, we have people from across the country, not only in educational institutions, in every aspect, in government services, in business establishment, you will find people from different parts of the country. So, till at this moment, we do not have any issues, I would say, conflict, which we used to actually learn or see in other parts of the country, other states. We are living peacefully. Hopefully, this will continue in the days to come. Coming to this university, we are offering different range of academic academic activities. We are tuned to the new education policy NEP 2020, and this university happens to be one of the major or first institutions who implemented NEP 2020. So there are so many challenges, but we are moving ahead. And I believe that this 3-day seminar you will come across number of issues, number of areas which related to this new education policy, its challenges and how to actually move ahead. There are difficulties, there are issues that has to be resolved among the stakeholders, especially those who are on the ground. On the ground, I mean, in academic institutions, right from schooling to university level. It's our responsibility that we actually carry over the visions of the policy of the government for the benefit of the people. I would like to request all of you take this exercise very seriously and come out with recommendations, doable recommendations, which can be actually forwarded to the experiment or fine tuning can be done. Rajiv Gandhi University is recently accredited as Grade A University by NAC Bangalore, and we have students from different parts of the country, right from Kerala to far northern states, now Union Territory, Jammu and Kashmir, even from western side, apart from the northern region, we have
ऑडियंस को लो
students from far and
दिखाना है
at present we have 44 departments and 3 institutes running at the moment. And this is a affiliated university. Right now we have 47 affiliated institutions, including professional institutes like medicine, where MBBS will be being awarded, and nursing, law, and then BS. So this way we are trying our best to promote the education in a holistic manner, this university. And your topic is quite vast. Education itself is very, very vast. It involves everything actually. So I wish every one of you the very best in your presentation. We gave you on that there are 178 papers. I have just seen that list. It's a huge number. I don't know how in 3 days you can complete these huge papers. But nevertheless, I believe you will be doing it as far as you. So, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity, and I extend my best wishes to all of you, and especially to the Department of Education for organizing this very, very important seminar, which is a for the moment, for the hour, and let us make a very, very meaningful and very, very valueless for the posterity. Thank you very much. Today, I was lecture on this auspicious topic of maintenance.
Honorable Chief Guest, Professor S. K. Nagar, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Rajiv Gandhi University, Guest of Honor, Professor Lakshman Dhanawadi, Keynote Speaker, Professor P.K. Senapati, and our special guest, Dr. V.M. Sasikumar, President CPM, all our esteemed registrar, Dr. N. Rita, Head of Department, Professor Lee Nagla, Organizing Secretary, Professor P. Acharya, Organizing Secretary, Dr. N. Nishan, dignitaries of the Alliance, and everyone present here. A very good morning to all. It is a profound honor to stand before this gathering at this international seminar on reading word, education of the past, present, and future. I'd like to begin by quoting beautiful metaphor often used in our ancient texts. A tree can only grow as high as its roots go deep. Today, as we begin the 3-day international seminar on living word
education of the past, present, and future, we are concerned about building a truly living world where the wisdom of the past, our traditions, our ancestors, the development, the technology of today, and the dream of tomorrow are integrated. Integrating the past, the present, and the future is not a choice. It is a necessity for survival. The past gives us our values, the present gives us our tools, and the future gives us our reason. I believe that this seminar will contribute greatly towards the main process rooted in Indian culture and lead the world. The seminar has already been highlighted by the organizing chairman, wants to emphasize on building a nation that is not just economically developed, but intellectually enlightened and spiritually grounded to achieve the goal of future great ecosystem. Keeping the context of National Education Policy 2020 and the vision of Viksit Bharat 2047, the integration of the past, the present, and the future is not just a chronological progression, but a strategic grading of values, tools, both traditional and modern, and goals. We are also delighted to get all of you in this seminar. Dear delegates, we are going to listen to the diversity of voices. We are also delighted to have our delegates who have traveled great distances. Thank you so much. You are bridging borders, which is a testimony that knowledge transcends geography. I believe that different or diverse experiences will enrich the perspective on the theme. Thank you to all the resource persons and panel presenter for your intellectual generosity that you are willing to share your hard-earned research and data. I want to wish every delegate and resource person for the very best for the presentation. We are also eager to learn from your research and insights. I believe that the platform will provide fruitful engagement your hard work deserves. I wish a pleasant and enjoyable stay in this beautiful state of ours. Please do take a moment to enjoy the local culture and hospitality. Do not miss the culture program too. If there is anything our organizing team can do to make your time here more comfortable, please do not hesitate to reach out. Wishing the program the very best and thank you all. Welcome.
Thank you. Now I invite Dr. V.M. Sasikrishna, President of SIM, Kerala, India, to kindly share his valuable experience highlighting the activities of SIM and the relevance of this international seminar.
Esteemed scholars and distinguished delegates from across the world, here educators, researchers, and beloved students, good morning to all. It is both a privilege and a proud honor to stand before this august gathering at the International Seminar of Living World, Education of the Past, Present, and Future, thoughtfully organized by the Department of Education, Rajiv Gandhi University. A university that carries the name of a Vishnavi leader also carries the responsibility of nurturing Vishnavi thought, and today's seminar is a living testament to that responsibility. I commend the organizers for choosing a theme that is not only intellectually rich shaped by culture, challenged by time, and refined by human concerns. When we speak of the education of the past, we speak of wisdom carried through generations of Gurukula and monasteries, of scholars who taught not merely for livelihood but for liberation. Education then was deeply underpinned with life itself. It cultivated character before influence, values before victory, and harmony before hierarchy. The past reminds us that learning was once a sacred dialogue between the human soul and the universe. As we journey into the education of the present, we find ourselves at a remarkable yet restless crossroads. Never before has knowledge been so abundant and yet wisdom so scarce. Never before have classrooms extended beyond walls, and yet human connection felt so fragile. The present age of education is defined by speed, technology, and global reach, but also by deep questions of relevance, equity, and purpose. Today's learner is not merely seeking information, they are searching for meaning in a world of overwhelming data. Our challenge, therefore, is not to teach more, but to teach better. Humanize education in an increasingly mechanized world. The living world today is speaking to us through climate change, biodiversity loss, social fragmentation, and ethical dilemmas, born by scientific advancement. Education can no longer afford to be indifferent to these realities. It must awaken political consciousness, social responsibility, and global citizenship. The classroom must become a space where learners understand not only how to live successfully, but how to live sustainably, compassionately, and responsibly. Education must teach us not just how to conquer nature, but how to coexist with it. When we turn our gaze towards the education of the future, we step into a realm of immense possibility and profound responsibility. The future of education will be shaped not merely by artificial intelligence or digital innovation, but by the values we choose to embed within them. Technology can amplify learning, but it cannot replace wisdom. Algorithms may inform decisions, but they cannot teach empathy. The educators of the future must therefore be architects of conscience, thus guiding learner to balance innovation with integrity, ambition with humility, and progress with purpose. In this context, the concept of the living world becomes deeply significant. The living world is not limited to ecosystem and environments. It includes cultures, languages, traditions, and human relationships. Education must preserve this living heritage while preparing learners for global engagement. Universities, especially institutions like Latitude Gandhi University, located in region rich with indigenous knowledge and cultural diversity, have a unique responsibility to integrate local wisdom collaboration with global scholarship. In doing so, education becomes inclusive, rooted and resilient. As I would like to conclude, let me say, this past gives us roots. The present gives us responsibility, and the future gives us hope. The living word of education calls upon us to listen deeply, act wisely, and teach courageously. May this seminar ignite conversations that inspire action, research that serve humanity, and collaborations that transcend boundaries. Let education continue to be the light that guides us, not only forward progress, but forward peace, harmony, and shared prosperity. I extend my darkest wishes for the grand success of this international seminar and congratulate the Department of Education, Rajiv Gandhi University, for creating a platform where ideas meet purpose and knowledge meets wisdom. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. Dear guests, delegates, and paper facilitators, we are truly honored to have with us keynote speaker, Professor Rishikesh Senapati, the former Director of NCERT, a guiding force and a prominent figure in the field of education and with vast experience. A vocal proponent of NB 2020, he championed teacher capacity building, holistic student development, curriculum vision, learning outcomes, and digital education innovations. Sir is honored with a prestigious Pragya Parava Samman for his exemplary contribution. His tenure transformed NCERT's views, content rationalization to meet modern needs. Now I cordially invite Professor H.K. Senapati sir to deliver the keynote address on this momentous occasion.
Good morning. Namaskar. Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor S.K. Nayak, Chief Guest of this international seminar, Honorable Guest of Honor, Professor Lakshman Yadwari from School of Education, Kathmandu University. Honorable Registrar, Dr. N.D. Rika, Honorable Guest of Honor, Dr. Shashi Kumar, President, Council of Educational Administration and Management, Dean, Rajiv Gandhi University Department of Education, Madam Elizabeth, and Head of the Department, Madam Boa Rina Kok, and Chairman, Organizing Secretary, Chairman of this Organizing Committee, Professor Organizing Secretary, Dr. Nisam, and all the distinguished guests, Professor Anita Rastogi, the Department of Education, Islam University, Professor Acharya, Professor Pereira, and all our head, Professor Sahu, and all other dignitaries from the department, Professor Mahatma, and my dear students, and all the faculty members, invited guests, all the dignitaries. I'm really very happy to be here. I feel honored, I feel privileged I'm highly impressed with the theme of the seminar, making world past, present, and future. We all know what is education. When we are talking about past, present, future, it comes to my mind that education is the ultimate human race. When we are talking past, and the beginning of the civilization, education was there, but school was not there. School was not there. Education was there. Because we are learning informal, incidentally, in the process of living. But we learn incidentally in the process of living, that we know that informal education was there. The formal education was not there in the beginning. But growing society and complex and complicated and school training to cater to the needs of society. But when you're talking about past and present, to find anything quite gap between school and home. Because what we expect, that is not home. That's the way it goes. And from Indian point of view, when you're talking about past, we all think proud of our cultural heritage, our culture, our tradition, our value system.
Audience.
Because it is very rich. And taking a view of past, when we discuss about our education, it comes to our mind that the education is our policy. Now, NAP 2020 talking about policy on education. But we will see the past, education policy from the beginning. It takes into account all the dimensions. That is why I would say, Vasudeva Kutumbakam, from the beginning, from ancient times, we have been propagating these ideas. We are not talking about only human beings. The world is not married. We are not talking about only human beings. Plants, animals, all are coming under this. When we say solid government should be, who takes care of everyone? Or anything is talking about breaking down the subject boundaries. But if you look at the theme of this seminar, what we are going to discuss, we are going to discuss something beyond our lesson boundaries. That is education. Whole world is not having. We only for him was this Vasudeva Kutumbakam. Whole world and one world, one country, one people. But we are putting so much emphasis that there is something in our culture. And we all the time we respect our culture, tradition. And what we expect now, we expect our cultural heritage to be integrated into our curriculum. If it is integrated, then definitely we can take care of our past, our cultural heritage, and we can connect our students to their roots. That is our aim of education. Once our students understand our culture, tradition, and system, then definitely they will care for us, they will treat for us, and they will develop the experience of respect towards fundamental activity and knowledge. That is why in this policy we have taken care of our past and present and future. Because when you are talking about past, it is not only we are talking about Vasudeva Kutumbakam, we are talking about constitution, we are talking about policy development, and we are talking about this Mananagar course, Prananagar course, Mananagar course, Vidyanagar course, Ananagar course. And when we are talking about pedagogy, it will see answer, literature, we talk about culture, science, we have those 5 steps. And similarly, when we are talking about our yoga pranayama, see, we talk about Ashtanga, we talk about Patanjali Ashtanga. And if you see this eightfold path, nowadays we are celebrating International Day of Yoga. can see the philosophy behind this. The person was kind of young, then Asam, Karan, Pratyahara, Dharana, Dhyan, and Samadhi. And it is not only physical activities, not asana, Karan. It is starting from beyond that means so social morality. We're talking about non-violence, talking about truth, and talking about the purification and when we're talking about beyond that personal morality. Then only it becomes how it is from God. So that is why when we take into account our history or past, we feel proud. And there is need of integrating this into our culture. But when we are coming to present, what is happening? We are teachers, teacher educators, senior professors sitting here, and we will deliver one village on education. What actually we are doing? We are just preparing our students for exam. We are taking care of their cognitive development. And when we are talking about cognitive development, we are not taking care of the whole cognitive development. Some part, so that they can अगर वास्तविक होगा काम है किसी को
हाँ बस
that is the current scenario. And that is why when this NEP was formulated, before this formulation of NEP, it take 5 years. I remember initiating under 63 delegations out of the country just to get feedback from the people, from the stakeholders on school education. Because that was the mandate. And when we did this delegation and submitted the report to the draft committee, we found that it is what we are doing practically now, that is not relevant for the future. That is why we came up with the learning outcome in 2017. You see the history. That means this is a historic document. Why? Because for the first time we defined learning outcome. NCERT defined learning outcome. Learning outcome is something as we have to not define. One learning outcome is important. Now we are talking about qualitative program. Just to see the purpose from the content mastery to competency mastery so that our student can after mastery over the competencies. We are talking about 21st century skills, talking about thinking and critical thinking, relational ability, creativity, collaboration, all these we need in 21st century. That is why when we define this learning outcome in 2017, we came out with a fundamental assignment survey just to know the health of the system. Health of the system, we all know what type of system we have. In other countries, developed countries, they understand this technology and other areas. But in India, we are doing learning of students. But if you see the reality from the data here, our students, both in school education and higher education, are not having age opportunity and grade opportunities and confidence. That is why it is coming in the newspaper students of class 7 not able to read the text of class 8, class 4, not able to solve the problem. And same result is found in and most of the graduates, university graduates are on they don't have the academic skills. They don't have the competency. So that is a gap. That is why we came up with the learning outcome. And when this draft policy is formulated, and policy has taken the draft policy was available to the and was available to the then the policy has taken care of this. And what the purpose we have to move from a product-oriented approach to a process-oriented approach. Product-oriented, examination-oriented, based on various learning theory. Focus on examination, on mark, to a process-oriented system which will help our students to develop their skills and competency what they need in 21st century. That is what in any document we find, it is clearly mentioned. It is important. What our students are learning that is important. No doubt about that. But how they are learning that is more important. That is, we have to strengthen the process. If really we have to take care of our past, our cultural heritage, and the contribution of what others have done, then we have to take create something, let them innovate something, and let them exhibit their talents, what they have. If that type of environment we can create, then definitely we can negotiate the environment. That is why in NLP document now, we are talking about competence-based curriculum. We are talking about outcome-based curriculum for higher education. And how to implement this? You will see the lesson curriculum framework only three. We are talking learning standard. And why are we talking about learning standard now? And we should know, we are teachers, students, teacher educators. We should know what is the aim of education, what for we are teaching, what for we are curriculum, and what are the curricular goals, and what are the competencies we expect our students to attain, and what are the learning outcomes. It has been clearly defined in that document, starting from the foundational stage to the higher secondary. We are not talking about higher secondary to secondary. That we are talking about high plus 3 plus 3 plus 4 pattern of 15 years of schooling. And you will totally competence based. Why we want to write competence? Because education is not just about mastery over the content, what is in the syllabus, what is in the platform. And it is really developing the potential of the students. And when we are talking about this potential, if you see the definition, when we are talking about education, that is derived from Latin word, two words are used, educator and education. And one is when we are talking about educator, and you see the external from outside. And when you say education, that is from within. All Indian thinkers, Gandhi, Aurobindo, Vivekananda, Rabindranath Tagore, they believe in this from within. Starting from Plato. That is why we are talking about developing the Indian potential from within. So that should be reflected in our curriculum. Accordingly, we have to redesign our curriculum. Our mind is not a black slate, that means it works under this very clear. It is not something that I'm giving external training only by giving environment to the people. We should work on within. That is why Vivekananda said, educate the manifestation of politics and operating man. Gandhi said, "Word of the best." Aurobindo said, "What does it mean?" We have to create that type of environment. All this we can take into account our past, our ancestral tradition, our culture, our religion, and then help our students to attain basic skills and competencies already. And we not only say that only Indian ethos. You see the vision. Why we are talking about the policy and the indigenous system of education located in Indian ethos, which is directly transform India into a equitable national knowledge society. As a result of the India will become knowledge of power. How does it mean? That means we have to take into account our past. And if we can do that, then definitely we can create a equitable national knowledge society. No, we believe in democracy. We have a constitution. All are equal in the eyes of law, but that is discrimination. That is disparity. To diversity there, that is not strength, but that is disparity, discrimination. How to solve this, how to address these issues. So that we can address by providing high quality education to our students. We can make our country knowledge of our and our knowledge of values and we make our country development of our country. Then there is clearly mentioned in the vision of the policy. And then what we need actually, we need good money. We need good citizens. We need global citizens. And we can clearly reflect in the vision of the policy when we talk about the future. What actually we want? We want our students to develop skills and competencies. They should be connected to their own. They should take advantage of that technology. What is happening outwards of that? That is, we know what is happening. It may be India, Pakistan, it may be India, Bangladesh. It may be Russia, Ukraine, it may be USA, Venezuela, whatever it may be. But what we are doing actually, and that is not peace. We need peace. We have to live peacefully. We need peaceful coexistence. And for that, what we have to do? What type of education we should provide? First, we should bring out change in ourselves. The change what we expect, how that change we should bring in ourselves. policy is very clear about this. If you see, it is real, mentioning the vision of the policy, that our curriculum and pedagogy must develop a big sense of respect among the students towards fundamental duty and constitutional values. It has very serious implications. It has taken care of the future. If we can make our students conscious of their duty and responsibilities, then definitely they take care of others. They will not fight for the rights, all of them will fight for the rights, ignoring our duty and responsibility. Only sir taking care of this. And to strengthen this, what we have to do is strengthen the affective component of the personality. Affective component cannot be developed only inside the classroom. That is why we are talking about sport integrated learning, art integrated learning, ICT integrated learning, employee based, discussion based, storytelling based. Just to make our classroom process more vibrant. So that every student will participate, students will be active learners. They will participate, they will share, they will contribute, they will create. So that will change the environment. There are many things from the playground. And when we play, what we do? We don't wait for the partner to give the ball. We immediately do that. Why? Because we feel this is our duty. The same thing, the same spirit is developed after students. They should feel, yes, this is my duty, I will work for others. So that is why now we are talking about sport integrated learning. We do not many things from the playground. And by integrating art, we can learn, they help students to learn many things. And we can leader of art, leader of culture, and we can develop a better curriculum. Students will enjoy their learning. So that is not there is need of bringing about change in our curriculum, in our pedagogical process, so that we can develop a sense of respect among the students who are fundamental duties and constitutional values. Other things now, what we are talking about, your Indian sitting here, our friend from Nepal also sitting here. You see, why? What are they? In the policy, what are they? That the need of developing a deep sense of pride in being Indian. Why policy is talking about this? Developing a deep sense of pride in being Indian. We don't have Indian sitting here. Because we don't feel that we are Indian. And why? Because that we could see the past, analyze the past, everything was there. But when Britishers came, when Western education was introduced, the purpose was different. To create white color job and to develop the spirit among the Indians. They were Indian in color, in blood, but British in spirit. But now this policy has evidence of that. That means we are create students, and our students not only Indian in color and blood, but in spirit, in development, in spirit, and they should feel proud in being Indian. Being Indian, that there. And however, we have to ignore one other part of the world. And you see, what are the international challenges that also we have to take account. And when we are talking about international challenges, maybe sustainable development, maybe human rights, challenges are there, all over the world. And we are facing challenge with regard to sustainable development, facing challenge with regard to global citizenship. That is why this policy has to take care of that. And we should develop knowledge, skills, attitude, values among the students that will support the commitment towards human rights, towards sustainable development, towards global citizens. And this is the way of it. And that is why when this policy was formulated, we are taking care of our past. That is why systems to be developed that is preparing Indian. We are taking into account the present. So what is happening? The environment changes, the product oriented, dynamics oriented, and content mastery, and we have to take into account the future. What we expect? We need good money. We need good citizen. We need global citizen. And we have to integrate our culture, our traditional culture. Along with that, we have a human part happening around us. The development, particularly in the field of technology, we are talking about AI, talking about immersive technology, talking about this nearly augmented reality, virtual reality, machine learning, and all these also will be integrated. So when we are talking about our curriculum, maybe or past or this cultural heritage. I'm not with that. But the important protocol sensitivity for the students is really important sensitivity and we do not know what will happen in the future and we should be proud that we are going to be the youngest country in the world. We are going to have large number of people in our country. And it is high time we have to develop right type of curriculum. And we have to integrate vocational education and the skill development in the and we have to take cross-cutting areas. Cross-cutting areas includes both this. It is talking about some cross-cutting areas because what we are doing, teacher educators, teachers, what we are doing, we are providing training for students to become teacher, how to handle specific subject, subject-specific pedagogy, science pedagogy, math pedagogy, social science pedagogy, whatever multidisciplinary approach. If you go and do like this in our education program, we'll take care of the multidisciplinary approach. How we can develop this multidisciplinary approach? How can we address the challenges of environment? How can we address the challenges of this Indian adolescent modernization? That is why cross-cutting areas have been identified. That is why you are going to be the teacher, maybe students with marketing management or technical professional. Every teacher should have some understanding of Indian knowledge. That is that. No, that is corresponding area. Every teacher should understand what type of technique, what type of disposition we want to develop our students. And every teacher should have concern for the environment. Not only we have to take care of humanity, we have to take care of animals, we have to take care of land, and we have to take care of biodiversity, and we should develop right kind of attitude, teaching our students. That is another cross-cutting area. Every year our subject-specific pedagogy we have to take care of this. And we have to take care of the inclusion. We know India is huge country. Our students we are the eastern part of India and many students are coming from Taiwan India. And they don't have basic facilities. They know they are coming from remote areas. Basic facilities are not there. And how to take care of these children who are living in the remote areas. And I remember during COVID period when we started this already. And students who are coming from this rural area to urban area, those who are in rural area, are coming. This internet is then this CMD with that and development and food video. Point is, only by providing facilities that we have to take care of them, we have to keep for them. That is why we are talking about institutional culture. We are talking about the addressing the inclusion. We are talking about addressing the mental health. You know how many students are committing suicide, why they are committing suicide. I aspirant, brilliant students are committing suicide because they are not taking care of the emotional health. All the time pressure is on mark, whether from parent side, from teacher side. So that how can we address this mental health? Teachers know every teacher is constant. We can account separate accounts for also. We need to account we are using our subject. That is why there is need of understanding this mental health issues. And this is my time. We should take care of the mental health also. And we should take care of the technology. How to integrate technology. This is another cross-cutting area. So these are the different cross-cutting areas that we have to take care of when we are talking about future. That only by covering the syllabus, by completing the syllabus, we should not be happy. We should go beyond the syllabus. We should take care of this multidisciplinary approach. We should take care of this holistic development. We should understand what type of curriculum we want, what type of pedagogy, and what type of assessment. And now we are talking about involving students in the process of assessment. Self-assessment, peer assessment, assessment by the teacher, holistic assessment, 360-degree assessment, and total assessment, assessment, R-learning, off-learning, for-learning. That means we have to understand thoroughly what type of education system we have, how it is product related, how it is process related, how can we help the student in developing their skills and competency, what is needed for the today. So that what will happen, that we can really take advantage of this democratic period, large number of people, if we can develop their skills and competency, they will access this country or they will arrive. That is why everything in our hands. We are the educators in India. And we have to develop right type of curriculum, taking into account our past, our present, our future. help each student or each citizen to develop clear or unique ways. So that we can do that in our. It requires willpower, nothing else. Without money, without investment, we can bring about change for classroom. The backward classroom background, sometimes we don't need any financial support. It is only mindset. So by doing that, we can implement the policy in the real classroom. So thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. I hope this seminar definitely will bring about a change in our attitude, in our mindset, and after going back, we will try our best to implement what is required in 21st century. And ultimately, we can make our students good money, good citizen, and global. Thank you for giving me this.
Thank you, sir. We are also privileged to have as our guest of honor Professor Lakshman Binani from the School of Education, Kathmandu University, Nepal, a distinguished scholar whose contribution to teacher education and educational research has inspired across South Asia. Sir is also known for his work in curriculum development, multilingual education, and promoting inclusive pedagogy. I invite Sir to kindly address the gathering with his enlightened perspective.
Thank you so much. For the request of this seminar, Professor S.K. Stanford University, the keynote speaker, Professor S.K. Dr. William Sasima, President of CM, and Professor Hussein, Dean of Education, Dr. N. Vikram Rajasthan, University, and this seminar organized by the chair, Professor P.K. Acharya, Professor Rina Chok, the head of Department of Education, other distinguished guests on the dais, speakers, delegates, everyone here, good morning. I think we have run out of time a little bit, so I'll try to be short. We have about 10 minutes in the program. So, if I start speaking, which is always gathering in our seminar, I would like to begin by congratulating Lisa Ash of organizing committee, the university, everybody who has contributed, us, I said, included, for coming to this space. I think this is a very good, already a good foundation for success of this seminar. Then I would like to ask a question to all of us. Why this seminar? Why this seminar? This seminar took a lot of efforts, a lot of resources. We have left a lot of big carbon footprints, many times, many nights. I think Professor Acharya and the family lost, but his mind was perhaps more engaged in this seminar organization than the loss. Why this? That's the question we need to ask. So I have a few answers I have thought of. Let us see if we have all answers. Why we have to have it? I'm not asking that we did a wrong thing. I'm asking how we can justify this kind of gatherings we always do. Okay? We as educated people, educated, and coming to this, the word educated later, before matter is definition. The very first response to this question for me is it's a sastra. We all are sastris, We are all sastris. Sastris who discusses, who practices the sastra, any kind of sastri. And we are here for sastra. We discuss, we ask questions, we answer questions, we deliberate issues, and then we will leave this event with a better and more clear mind than we came with. So, because when I use the word flashback, the best Dress Aswata used to happen in the palace of King Zana in Zanapur, which is now Nepal. The Southeast Asia was a different composition. There was no India, there was Nepal. There were, places of Sattvatas here. And for the university, this is a question that I ask university leaders everywhere I go, my own university. We are the knowledge producers. That is our job. And who are the users of the knowledge? Many, all people, but most powerful users of the knowledge we produce should be our rulers, the politicians. They need ideas from us. So, I say that this seminar should be a think in. Think in meaning we think and bring the ideas in, and then develop policy risks and publish them and submit to them, so that we make a better policy and we have a better environment as a university. So this seminar should have the that kind of ending. In the reports, not report, there must be something very solid thinking for the education minister of the country and of the state and of the local government. That's what I think. And then, what for the professors, researchers? This is the place where we can share the best knowledge we produce, showcasing the hard-earned, hard-produced knowledge with funding, without funding, amateur, professional, whatever. That's first. And then we have scholars here, young scholars, who are doing PhD or doing masters or other levels of them. For this, startup of this group, this seminar is a forum for professional growth. You need to develop means of academics. And then this seminar will help you grow into a better means. So you see that the presenters present ideas that you will not find in the books. Because they are in the making. They are in the making. So go to all the sessions. If there are parallel sessions, to the session that you like first. That is how you will benefit better. Okay? So when you read this conference, you will be more informed, more educated, and then you'll be able to write or perform better now and then for the future. So what we share is the business outcomes, insights, anything that will experience. We share. So now just one more thing. That is the theme. The theme, living walls. I see two dimensions there. Living wall, the word is there. Living, always growing. And then there is education of the past, of the present, and of the future. So, what was the education like in the past? When the British government felt that India was not subdued enough, India was out of hand, not under control, then they commissioned Macaulay to research and then give them advice. Then they went north to south, east to west. You know what he said? He said, Indian society is very civilized, very educated, everybody educated. What is education mean? Today we are discussing of developing education, but he said Indian people are educated. You can see education means living a decent life, behaving in a civilized manner, having a strong family, a strong community, strong society. This part of the world already had that. Maybe after Macaulay's, reporting to the House of Commons in London Indians can be subdued only when you make them feel that it is better than the languages in Indian education is, Indian language are not as good as the English language, and their education is not as good as the British education. Then only we can subdue them. Then they got their schools with Italian, schools, and the English. That's how our history of education says. So, study, go back to that education that Machiavelli, who wanted to destroy that, termed our education as the best education, good education. Oh, this morning I was reading news from Nepal. Somebody has calculated that Nepal owns 3 billion rupees in last 1 year by selling IT products to outside world. Is that the best education because you earn money? No. You can question. I think we need both. We need to be futuristic, but we need to have the legacy of our past. Because the society, when I have traveled, several countries, America, Europe, these things, yeah. Many countries have traveled, don't even have, place I wanted to is African sites. Then I find that on average, if you take many parameters of the education, the life, the society, Southeast Asia is the best place. So we should maintain the legacy of that education, but we should also see the future and then prepare for the future that is unknown. So this is what I think in this yeah. I would like to end by quoting one professor from the last name says that if you want to mention the most beautiful human creation, the creation of the universe. So let this university, let this seminar, create even more, better education, more beautiful education for the generation that is now. Thank you so much. Thank you for giving me the opportunity. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Now I invite Professor S.C. Naik, chief guest for this international seminar, for his inaugural address for this seminar. Sir is celebrated for his visionary leadership, made exemplary contribution in the field of economics and spirit transformative initiatives for arts welfare and growth. Let us warmly welcome him to inspire us with his insights on this momentous occasion.
Good morning, all. Respected guests of honor, Maxwell, I'm all from University of Economics, Nepal. Also, the education from Director NCRT, Dr. P.M. Kumar, President CN Kerala, Dean, Secretary of Education, Dr. Vidya, Elected Parliament, Dr. Kumar, Organizing Chairman, Dr. P. Acharya, Register, Dr. Nidhi Ikam, distinguished invitees, faculty members, the students, and the guests. Today I am happy to announce that Department of Education organized this international conference on living for education, past, present, and future. And we have got around 178 going to the church. Now, when university organizes this seminar, obviously, the visibility of university increases. And once the visibility increases, the access, the entire waiting room, that is after the benefit of being able to get. Apart from that, the topic of the seminar is very important, and our esteemed speaker, the well-educated, the kind of education system of health, starting from the pre-educated, post education, and what we are going to have to post as a student of economics, I have some thoughts to share with you. The first thought that I would like to share with you is that Prime Minister is reason for this part that we are going to do now in that now what is the critical how the event of the law and digital literacy is approximately 100%. Now we are aiming 9 times more. Now, to one see the volume of computing less than the market intelligence or ingredient. Market intelligence of that so when we agree at achieving these activities in the economy by being able to learn how to do it. You see the structure of the industry. 55% of the industry Now, correct past in what is the reason? We're going to the dictionary of the Oxford University Dictionary. It is nothing but because of the defines as teaching, learning, and learning in school or in the university to improve knowledge. You want to improve knowledge. You want to improve our skills. You basically get the knowledge, get the skill. But after the level you destroy our knowledge and you have to create the fund knowledge, the British knowledge, and because nowadays, all are educated people, they are sitting on the ground, on the street, and they are doing nothing. They come from the media, mathematics, Now, when you see it, it is you. It is that 30% of you. We are going to bring the 30 billion activity level. So, education is a very important goal to achieve that principle immediately. I hope this particular seminar is meant with new ideas, new thoughts to the existing knowledge, and I hope the seminar, I use this seminar with great success. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. So, we are almost at the end of today's inaugural session. So now, to present you, I invite Dr. Nishan P.M., the organizing secretary of this international seminar, to propose the vote of thanks and express our collective appreciation. Thank you.
Most respected Chief Guest, Dr. S.K. Nayak, sir, Honorable Vice Chancellor at the University, and distinguished registrar, Dr. N.P. Vikram, sir, Director of Honor, Professor Lakshman Nagini, sir, our resident University, Professor Vishnu Senapati, sir, Dean Faculty of Education, Madam Professor Elizabeth Nancy, Head Department of Education, Madam Professor Gaurav Kumar, President C. Dr. Vinay Shashikumar, sir, Organizing Chairman of this International Seminar, Professor Vijay Acharya, sir, respected faculty members, invited delegates, international delegates, scholars, students, ladies and gentlemen, it's my honor and pleasure to meet you as the coordinator of this international seminar on the world, education of past, present, and future, to propose first and foremost, on behalf of the Department of Education and the organizing committee, I extend my gratitude to our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor S.K. Nayak, sir, for helping raising this annual function and as the chief guest, and for his encouragement of this character event. So we are immensely grateful to our registrar, Dr. N.P. Vikram, sir, for his words of encouragement and for the constant administrative support extended to gain these programs. I also extend thanks to Madam Professor Elizabeth Nancy, the Faculty of Education, and Madam Professor Gaurav Kumar for their generous academic guidance and support to the department and the and I express our deep sense of appreciation to our guest of honor, Professor Lakshman Nagini from the School of Education, Kampong University, Nepal, for his gracious presence in this occasion as an international director and academic director of this center. Our sincere thanks to our distinguished keynote speaker, Professor Vishnu Senapati, sir, former director of NCERT, for his thought-provoking keynote address, and has set the tone of our deliberation across the moral and ecological dimensions of education. A very special word of thanks goes to Dr. B. Shashikumar, President, C. Kerala, for his gracious presence, kind words, and Madam Professor Kesan Devi, Chairperson C. Arunachal Chapter, for all the policy support and other collaborative partners, NECA Foundation, Teacher Training College, Alor, Kasturba Gandhi Institute of Higher Education, Roy, Nehru College of Teacher Education, KSU, and college directors, Dr. Ina Nayak, Dr. Momi Neto, and Mr. Ram Nayak for their collaboration. So we just second the organizing partnership and then this international seminar. I place on record our deep appreciation to the organizing chairman, Professor Vijay Acharya, for his leadership in carrying the seminar from its inception to this inaugural moment. We are also thankful to our international delegates, Dr. Gunay Apilova, Chairman, BRICS International Education Council, Russia, and Dr. Samir Abdul Aziz, Counselor, Defense Technology and Safety Saint Moscow, Russia, for finding a team to join us in the online session and for strengthening the global and multidisciplinary spirit of this international seminar. Our heartfelt thanks to go to all the invited speakers, paper presenters, chairpersons, and participants from Kashmir to Kerala, Middle East, and Russia, who has responded to their academic contributions, and over the next 3 days, we make this event to be meaningful. And we are also grateful to acknowledge the support of the university administration, various departments, and sections of university, particularly secretary teams and IT support. So we have research teams here who support the live streaming, technicians, and generally this is covered from mass department, and you can see the smart photographers also here. So they are also from the mass department. The transport session, hotel and guest house staff and catering team for their logistic arrangement and hospitality for today's program. And thanks to Madam Riva and Dr. Bashar Naik and Achivina for arranging all the cultural program showcasing the cultural heritage of Northeast today evening and tomorrow. A special words of appreciation we will forward to the members of the Mass Committee, faculty members, the scholars, student volunteers, and non-teaching staff of the Department of Education. Finally, I extend my sincere thanks to each one of you present here this morning for your gracious presence and goodwill. I am confident that the deliberation over the next 3 days will be intellectually stimulating and will contribute to reimagine education aligned with the living world, past, present, and future. Thank you all once again for being part of this.
Thank you, sir. So before we close this inaugural ceremony, so our international speaker and guest of honor, Professor Lakshman Marisa, would like to felicitate the delegates who are on the dais by presenting a Rudraksha. So, please. To our Lalita Dr. M.P. To our keynote speaker, Professor to our Department of Education, Dr. to our President Stephen, to our Administrative Speaker, the President Now, as we are moving to close this ceremony, so I request everyone to stand for the ceremony.
After the photo session, I invite all of you for the Hawaii served outside already.
वो लाइव सेशन वहाँ से ज्वाइन करेगा ना, उसका वो खत्म होने के बाद स्ट्रीमिंग का बंद हो
क्या हो
उसके बाद स्ट्रीमिंग बंद होगा, चलते रहेगा स्ट्रीमिंग के
हाँ
नहीं लाइव सेशन
हाँ क्या हो
नहीं हम लाइव सेशन वाला बात कर रहे थे।
लाइव सेशन चल रहा है
आपका वॉइस आ रहा है,
हम गलत बात करने वाला है
आपका यहाँ
I
से
request all faculty members also to join for the photo session. All the faculty members, are there faculty members also?
वीडियो ऑफ कर
जान दो ना पड़ेगा
वही तो प्रोडक्ट्स की थी ना डेटा साइंस एवं डेटा साइंस
पूरे सिक्स को जानते हैं ना बैनर में
12 बजे को
12 बजे खाई
12:12
रिमोट पर
Just to keep one.
इधर है
ऊपर गया तो ऊपर गया ही जैसे लगा
हाँ पर नींद लग गया हमको तो
ये कहाँ जा रहे हैं पानी है पानी वन चेक
अभी जो
सामान लेने
यही ना कोई
पता
नहीं सावधान देखिए हम पैसा नहीं देते कुछ नहीं
दो तीन
नहीं होगा ना, चेक किया ना।
अभी 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 सोचो तो मिंटू
मिंटू सुना दे रहा है?
उसको दे रहे सुना, लेकिन हम लोग को इधर नहीं आ रहा।
ये ऑडियो कहाँ किया, बंद किया है क्या ना, किया है?
बंद किया होगा।
एक मिनट में बक देते हो, दे रहे ना। लेकिन इसका ऑडियो को चेक करना पड़ेगा ना अभी, ये कहाँ चला गया, एक बार बात करते लोग।
become the principles of national security and strengthening control over cross-border access to advanced technologies. And here it's very important to underline the process of purposeful transmission of political values and the position applies specifically to the current time, because we know that Greece transmits the idea of multipolar world. Multipolarity means the respect to the sovereignty of every country, its independence, and the respect to the traditions, culture, and the language. And here we need to adhere to the concept of multiculturalization, education, because education is an instrument, it's a tool of social cohesion. And it is a kind of the basis for explaining the need to achieve a compromise between traditional and the global. We need to try to keep our traditional issues and try to cooperate on global level, taking into account the embodiment in education of political, economic, social, and cultural attributes from a development model adapted to global changes and focus on national development strategies of the BRICS member countries. And underlining the necessity of the further development of protectionism model of our education systems. It's important to say that when it's precisely the union of countries, for example, in the framework of BRICS Union, that becomes the object of implementation of conciliatory state policy aimed at protecting national interests in a world where deglobalization processes are intensifying, not to be dependent on any other hegemonic country. Education in modern realistics is becoming a new center of power in the context of the transformation of the modern world order. For example, when we speak about multipolar world and respect to any country, and the global threat for leadership. The key aspect is the dialogue of the cultures in the framework of BRICS Union, and it's based on the fact that the rapid development of international economic relations is outpacing the development of communication skills and dialogue abilities between representatives of various historically established nations. That is why the problem of mutual understanding between BRICS countries are extremely important. We need to strengthen this dialogue of nations in the framework of BRICS. And the first level is the cooperation of academic unions, such as the academic, for example, BRICS Education Council I represent. I invite all the participants to join the BRICS Education Council. Non-state actors like we can be conduits for the use of soft power, or they can shape themselves. It's objectively educational cooperation that expands the attractiveness of countries. The concept of scientific diplomacy or knowledge diplomacy has acquired new features during the period of the growth of the information economy, of the digital economy, and the increasing importance of the international corporate life. Now universities and scientific organizations and even small innovative companies act as non-state diplomats organizing the co-production of knowledge with non-zero-sum nature, where all the participants benefit from such collaboration. And in the final words I would like to express from Russia that Network International Education Program supports implementation of the so-called third mission of the universities, when in addition to the teaching and scientific research, it must also demonstrate the impact, its contribution to the development of society. And the main source of nations' wealth is intellectual capital, human resources. And it is the driving force of economic growth and with the most implementation of long-term sustainability. We need to keep our creating the concept of the triple helix, where universities, government, and business are unified in network. That is what I wanted to express our mind from Russia. Thank you very much for attention. I will share that scientific journal, BRICS Education Council, the history of the development of BRICS educational policy with our colleagues. I will share it in digital form with the CERT, and please join our BRICS Education Council. Let's make this world better together. Thank you for attention.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Atilova. And on behalf of Rajiv Gandhi University, Department of Education, I extend my gratitude for your presence in today's session. So we are really honored by your valuable time, the depth of your wisdom, and your passion that infused every word. Your contribution has sparked vibrant discussions, bridged cultural divides, and planted seeds for global knowledge exchange. Thank you, Dr. Pranay Atilova, from the bottom of our heart. So let your wisdom motivate all of us to build a stronger, more sovereign, rich, educational future together. Thank you, Madam.
Samir Aziz join কৰিছে নে? Samir Aziz.
Samir Shankar.
Samir Aziz. Samir Aziz. Samir Aziz there na? हाँ, join. Yeah. इसको पिन करें. अच्छा, Samir. Pin that skin. The next speaker. उसको भी रहेगा.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's our immense pleasure to introduce Dr. Samir Abdul Aziz, Counselor, Defense Technology at the Embassy of India, Moscow, the scientist G at Defense Research and Development Organization, India, a visionary leader pioneering cutting-edge sonar innovations for national defense system. And he has graduated in mechanical engineering from National Institute of Technology, NIT Calcutta, and postgraduate in industrial engineering and management from Indian Institute of Technology, IIT Kharagpur. He holds Director's Gold Medal for being judged academically best among all postgraduate students IIT Kharagpur in 2009, and he is a trained programmer in Innovation Readiness Series organized by the IC2 Institute, University of Texas, USA. He joined Defense Research and Development Organization in 2002 at the Naval Physical and Oceanographic Laboratory, Kochi, Kerala. And he has been working in the areas of design, analysis, simulation, development, and testing of engineering subsystem of sonar system for the Indian Navy. He also held the additional responsibility of project director for the establishment of a state-of-the-art experimental test facility for sonar system. It is only one of its kind in the world. He is a member of high-level committee constituted by the government of Kerala for monitoring and manufacturing of life-saving medical devices for the containment and treatment against COVID-19. He is a part of Indian delegations to USA, Russia, South Korea, Indonesia, Brazil, Singapore, Serbia, UAE, Myanmar, and Vietnam for defense expositions and biological technology collaboration. He is a recipient of several awards, including Defense Research and Development Organization Team Award in 2009, Indian Institution of Industrial Engineering Award 2013, NIT Calicut Award for the Best Honor bestowed upon NIT Calicut, and is an exceptional career achievement and societal impact across technology, academia, management, and entrepreneurship. We got award on Defense Research and Developmental Organization in Science Award 2014, Mashing Mascot Award for Technical Achievement in Engineering and Commendation from Secretary Defense Award 2016, Best Techno Managerial Service Award in 2019 by the Honorable Defense Minister of India. Assumed charges as Council of Defense Technology of Embassy of India, Moscow in 2022 and has been furthering bilateral technology cooperation in defense technology with Russia and other Soviet countries. With stellar academic honor from NRT, IIT's indulging the Director's Gold Medal, he has spearheaded groundbreaking projects like the world-leading sonar test facility and life-saving innovations, Tharangini, it's a rescue device during COVID-19. Globally acclaimed with over 40 international publications and key roles in international collaborations, Samir inspires us all to push boundaries in technology and innovation. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Dr. Samir Abdul Aziz. Welcome to the International Seminar, sir. Over to you.
So, good afternoon to everybody out there in India. We're happy to see you all. And thank you, Dr. Isham, for that wonderful introduction. And also happy to see hear from Ms. Andova from perspectives regarding education in Russia with regards to this cooperation. I would like to share a few views of mine. I've been in Russia for 2 years and this is a fantastic country. And the way knowledge is shared in this country is something which has captivated me all throughout. And I would like to share a few of those perspectives. So I have a slide to share. Let me see if I can.
Yes, sir.
So, Dr. Nishan, is the presentation visible to you?
Yes, it is visible. Please, sir.
Okay, good. So, basically, I have tried to focus knowledge management sustenance with a few perspectives from Russia. To start with, let me tell you about an incident which I was, one of the first travels after coming to Russia. So, it was on the 9th of March in 2023. And I was traveling from Moscow to a place called Chelyabinsk, which is near the Ural Mountains in Russia. And as soon as I landed at Chelyabinsk, I found the Kutsava airport. And I never knew Kutsava was the airport in mind. And then what interested me in the airport was this, all the walls are on the rails. I'll give you a slightly closer view. So on the walls and on the glass railings, I found a lot of equations, different types of equations, mathematical equations, equations related to physics, chemistry, etc. So I was really wonderstruck. I mean, an airport filled with lots of equations, so what is going on here? And then I just, tried to understand who Mr. Kutsava was. And then I came to know he's the pioneer of the nuclear energy technology in Russia, much similar to what Homi Bhabha did in India. So this airport was actually named in tribute to such a great scientist. So then I understood how much time Russia holds for scientists and people who value knowledge. So before we proceed further, let us look at some key statistics with regards to the education scenario in Russia. So as you can see, the liquid rate is quite high here, 99.7% for a country which is 7 times the size of India. And then the high education attainment, so almost 50% of the adults who are in the group of 25 to 64 years, they hold a tertiary degree. So it's not just that they complete the primary education and secondary education, but they do tertiary education as well. And out of that, 41.2% holds bachelor's degree, 18.9 hold master's degree, and what is interesting is more than master's degree, 24.4% hold doctoral or PhD level degrees. So this means that anybody who goes into higher education actually goes on further to PhD in Russia. And this whole is based on the 92% of children between 7 to 17 years. It is like a formal education, and a lot of informal user education as well, home tutoring, etc. And we look at the university landscape. There are more than 1,000 universities in Russia, different spheres of activity. And we look at the vocational training courses like 50% in this particular year. All this data is basically from UNESCO. And so, this is not the data from Russia, but it's completely available on sources as well. And the government is huge. It is around 4.2% of GDP, which is more than the global average of 3.51%. And so that is all that we see actually in Russia. So in terms of education. So what fascinated me is my own children who are actually studying in schools here. And the concept is learning by doing. So they learn by actually doing, by getting their hands on the thing. So this focus is right from the nursery classes onwards. So most of the activity, what most of the learning is through activities. So as you can see in this picture, the children are dressed up in different costumes reflecting professions. So they are having a lesson on professions. So different professions, and each child was asked to was given an outfit and asked to take it to those various agencies what is happening. So they have three trips every term. They are taken to museums, they are taken to activity centers, taken to real activities, for showing what's happening. For example, last time I went on the farm, where they were talking about how cows are being milked and stuff like that. So they would not go play in terms of understanding things. And the best thing is, the curriculum is based according to the science needs. So it's not a single place. So depending on the science learning, you either give more knowledge or you increase the space to first give enough time for the science learning. So this is very interesting. And generally when we say literacy, we say it's about reading, arithmetic and writing. But in Russia it's not just that. So it's much more than that. So literacy incorporates a lot of things. For example, right from the very young years, the 80 senses inculcated the students. So they learn about sticking to rules, they learn about how to follow rules, they also learn about doing some of the smoothie shows. You can see one of the children packing vegetables. They actually are trained in cleanliness and discipline. They are made to clean their own classrooms to make it tidy. They have children from different countries from studying here, like in the case of my daughter. So they interact with a lot of people from different countries. They learn the culture of these people, of all these countries. And then they also get access to interactive animals that they can do zoos and farms and stuff like that. So you can see children holding this. On how to express emotions. So first of all, they're taught how to identify emotions, and then they're told to express. So the child will say, I'm feeling sad today, I'm feeling excited today, and even when there are emotions like anger, they are told how to, they're taught how to manage that. So for example, I remember my child, 4 or 5 years child, coming to me with a bottle in hand, with a little bit of water and toilet water and some oil seeds. And then she was getting angry and just shake the bottle. And then, the oil and water mixes and becomes a turbulent liquid. And then later on, you see that over a slow period of time, they stabilizes, you see the colorful water settling down in the oil. So, these are the child says that the series of angles, I just need to give time, and then everything will be fine. So, like this, a lot of, small, small, exercises which teach you how to, even manage your other daily habits. And picture like in the writer's journal, which are actually, made by the children along the help of the parents. So every once in a while, the child gets to the journal and, make up what we call sketch or make up an activity of whatever he or she has done during the week. Now, this is basically we talk about smaller classes. But when you go in the primary side, when you go into the civil society data, you then understand the depth of learning. They have basically they learn mathematics, they learn languages, they have a couple of languages on the forward stuff. And then everything else in these classes adopted to one subject called unique. So it covers science, it covers history, it covers civics and everything. So every week they focus on one aspect. So for example, one week it could be about the solar system, and the next week it could be about the some aspects of history. For example, and then they would be learning Greek history, for example, even in that class. And they would be learning some instance of how the Greeks learned how the Greek civilization was. And with these languages, the interesting thing is language is taught in a different way. They don't teach grammar straight. Instead, they focus on teaching them storytelling or communication. So the classes, they start using the language and the grammar develops automatically. So this is pretty much like how we learn our own mother tongue. None of us were taught the grammar before we started speaking in an early age. So similar to concept. And then the beautiful thing is, after they teach this, at the end of the week, they have a economic assignment. So in this case, for example, I remember my daughter studying Greek history, and actually the Greek history as part of student classroom. And they never taught storytelling in the English language class. So the economic assignment was to write a story set in ancient Greece. So which actually makes them think about what they learned and apply it. And interestingly, they also have formal education arts. So when I say arts, it is core arts. For example, I remember my child actually coming telling me whether say Buddhism or Impressionism or Surrealism. So these are words which are part of much later, when I became much later. But they will explain about these art forms or how they are created or the difference, etc. And the most interesting thing is the way in which science and math is taught. So here, they are not the basics, they are actually learned by deriving things, etc. So I usually give this example. For example, you take a standard student from India and you take a standard student from Russia, and you ask them a simple question like, what is the formula for the volume of a sphere? I'm pretty sure the good friends in India, you immediately come out and say, over to pi without asking about. The student on that side here will actually take some time and then come up with the answer. Because he has actually started to derive the formula. Now we have the second question. Okay, now we have this sphere. Then we got the whole of whatever diameter through the sphere, the first half of the sphere, and then tell me the volume of the sphere. Now the English student is a bit, like, he is not wrong, because he has not learned this formula. Whereas the Russian student here will actually still take the same amount of time and come to the answer, because for him, it's all about, immediately deriving from the basis. He does not, memorize the formula aspects. So there's a difference, basically, so they teach the basics in a very nice manner, and the children remember that, and they be able to develop further as they go along. Another question here. So this is a picture I've taken of one of the students. So can you guess which class? So they are basically initiating the research. So they talk about the area of research, the contents of the research, the source of the developing materials, and what they are expected to find, etc. Any cases. So the thing is, you don't believe that this is basically done activities for a student in 6th standard. Which is like 7th grade here. So 6th standard in India. So they have thought about research methodologies, hypothesis testing, etc. And such an age, and it is interesting that the children here, learn very quickly. I was especially not able to comprehend how to children learn such stuff faster. But that is how it is. They teach these things at early age, and this research mentality sorts of getting developed. Another continuation of the same, So this is actually one activity that is done by one of the students. So for in connection with this research activity, they also something called as design classes. So they made a vehicle and they learned about mood board inspiration, which we probably learn design classes in the graduate or postgraduate level. And then they make their own sketches, they make 3D models. So all these are, things which are done with, with the introduction of technology, etc. at a very young and early age. Now, another question, this is basically a problem which is going to a certain standard student, certain grade student. So, the question is what is it even global system? So, they are being brought up what exactly is poverty, and they understand how poverty is, being, how it affects the country, and what are the global level activities taken up to make a difference and things like that. So, these are things which, take for example, the sustainable goals of the United Nations. So all of these, people get to, the students actually get experience at a much early age, and they get well prepared as they achieve as bigger children of their adults. And when you come to the education at a higher level, we are talking about universities. I told you earlier that there are more than 1,000 universities in Russia, and the interesting is most of these universities are vertically integrated research organizations. For example, there is a university here nearby Moscow. It's called as Moscow Institute of Electronics Technology. So you guys, people who are going to universities who are bigger educational institutions in engineering, like the IITs, the MITs, or IISc, you would see that for the entire engineering domain, we have a university actually. Here actually, there is a focus specialization in that side. For example, there is the University of Electronics Technology. So here we have departments devoted to ASI, devoted to microelectronics, devoted to communication, etc. Similarly, there are universities devoted to aviation, there are universities devoted to international foreign relations, and stuff like that. So each for example, the picture on the left is basically of experimental laser physical installation, which is at Moscow Engineering Physics Institute. So this is something which is used for thermonuclear fusion basically, to study that. And similarly, on the right side, we have a picture of a nuclear research reactor at the Tomsk Polytechnic University in Siberia. So this is probably the only university in Russia, as I know, which has a nuclear reactor of its own. And I'm not sure how many universities in the world have such facilities. So this is how the specialization is. As you go into universities, it becomes much deeper and much more specialized. I'll give you an example. So this is a picture from Moscow Aviation Institute, which is situated right inside the city. And you find a place. This is 427 line outside the institute. And one of my colleagues, child was doing her bachelor's in aerospace engineering there. And she was specializing in structures. And the university was for first year, second semester child, student. The assignment given to her was to actually go on the plane, make drawings, and then create the entire structural drawing of her, as the sketches basically. So it was more reverse engineering and then creating it. So that is the level, and they actually get to work with real actors and then get the feel of what things are. So it is almost like a full-time project, and then at the end of the project, they give the confidence of having knowing each step and board of the actor. And this is what I told so far. We are all about the formal education mechanisms, but then there are a lot of informal means as well. Whenever you go in Russia or in Moscow, any city, for example, Russia, you find that a huge amount of statues all over the place. And each statue has a story to tell about the person, about the time he lived, about the historical setting, etc. So, music, each music in Russia is actually a knowledge dissemination hub. And what you find, there are no cities in Russia without a museum. Even the smallest city, the smallest town has a museum. And places like Moscow, there are more than 400 museums, of which around 100 or so are actually owned by the government, which are relatively free to visit also. So each of the museums, they are values of historical memory. They do not programs, they do public education outreach with the universities. And there are regional and ethnic representation. So people talk about their own country. And when we talk about technology, there are many museums dedicated to technology. There is in fact a museum of how Moscow City works. in terms of water supply, the electricity, the gas, etc. And then there are also museums related to foreign relations or translation diplomacy, and then also these museums also use for cultural diplomacy. And many of these museums also offer digital access and virtual learning. So what you see actually is knowledge getting so education getting transferred and innovation happening across over time. I would like to particularly draw your attention to one of the best museums actually here in Malaysia. So this is called as it is basically a place called Bukit, which is around 70 kilometers from Moscow. And this is probably the largest World War II museum in the world. When I say largest, this museum will walk through around 4.5 kilometers inside the museum. And this museum is called 1418 Memorial. So for the Russians, the World War II lasted 1,480 days. And the beauty of this museum is each of those days, each of those 1,480 days are documented in the museum. And the interesting thing is, if you walk into the museum and when you come out of the museum, you will actually experience the trauma and all the issues that were associated with the war, especially the World War. And the museums does such that there are a lot of interesting exhibits for children, which make them more interesting. For example, there are books which start with there are actual depictions of how medical practice is done during war, what actual surgery taking place. There are depictions of how different war scenarios are happening. So as you see on the left side, there are a few videos which shows how these are. So people get a really experience. And not only that, there are physical models, there are live models, there are commercial areas to really take photos, etc. And by the end of the program, to realize that the country has lost around more than 26 million people in the world, and they actually pay homage to all these people who are actually victims of the war. And the main writing as well as the whole music on the arts is Niche Dog means the beat, which means no one is forgotten, nothing is forgotten. And that summarizes the actual way history is actually taught to people here. You actually experience it. You don't forget anything, you don't forget anyone. And it's beyond that. So when having a lot of tools for knowledge transfer, how do you actually utilize it? So Russia is a great example. So in various ways knowledge is used. So knowledge is used for various activities in the social sphere. I'm just giving you an example of how practical it is managed. So also being elastic, because the huge amount of traffic flowing across the city aids. And what they done is they have created digital twin. So in the main metro traffic office, there is a big model of this created in a virtual domain. And every road, every street, every day is mapped there. And you know the real-time traffic flowing. And depending on the traffic pattern, the administrators actually change the signal line timings, etc., so that the traffic gets adjusted quickly and you don't have much traffic loss. So there are a lot of technology going. I'm not going to how technology adapted here, but just wanted to say that the amount of knowledge which is being gained is being practically applied. Now this is not just for practical. Every day you see the way the city speed, it's speed up right in the morning, road families stuck up for 10 years. So it's all applied in a very nice way. And it's all done because of the civic sense which has been prominent citizens, primarily because of the education that they have been involved. So to summarize the various cultural attitudes in Russia towards knowledge, so what is in the picture here is a dot, Russian dot called Petrushka. So Petrushka dots are basically like handmade dot, basically there are machines also, but the babies are only handmade. And the specialty of those dots that you have a big dot.
अगर कोई क्वेश्चन पूछेगा ना तो माइक लेके जाएगा पहले ठीक है ना हाथ में से जो वहाँ पर इसके एंड में होगा है ना
So it is like the knowledge dissemination Russia is also like more than Russia. So you initially find that there are upper layer, then as you start repeating, you find that there are more layers of value. So the first thing in Russia is respect for education. So there's a huge amount of respect for people who are educated. I mean, for teachers, for researchers, for students, for for scientists, etc. In fact, for scientists, if you are really into research, there is no retirement age. Similarly, there are no retirement age for professors. You can continue to teach as long as you are alive in universities, and as long as you continue to be involved in give away knowledge. The second thing is intellectual culture. So in India, we are not interested in the cafes where a lot of people come and discuss great things. So Russia is a different world altogether. There's a whole lot of cultural activity towards intellectual debates or intellectual talks or people discussing on topics or people sharing ideas, etc. And this you will see in the parks, in the open spaces, and so on. The third is public engagement. So the government also does this, share knowledge in public. So every park in summer or you find a lot of activities happening. So it is a lot of information about the latest developments, information about different activities are being shared. And for example, a couple of months ago, we had something called Moscow 2034. So we are talking about the future of Moscow is going to be the future. And debates and things about that, cultural shows and the thing. The next important thing is preserving traditions. So as I told you earlier, all these museums, all these things that we see in the city are all actually preserving traditions. Be it the silver statue or be it the large museum. So they preserve these traditions and pass on these information to generations. The other interesting thing I found is the non-compartmentalization in terms of knowledge transfer. So for example, we have a societal issue sometimes where parents give more focus on children to be educated in a particular line. So there are some people say that you should prepare, you should get good marks, so go for medicine or engineering and things like that. If you don't get that, children are going to other things. So here there is no compartmentalization. Right from the early ages, the aptitudes identified, and children are given the freedom and the encouragement to pursue their aptitude. So it could be in arts, it could be in sports, it could be in science, it could be in literature, anything. So this sense of encouragement starts at a very young age. So students generally excel in whatever they choose. And the last thing is most important thing for me is the free access. So every library here, major museums here, all of them are free access. People are free to go in and out anytime and listen to things like that. In fact, there are a few days the National Museum is called Moscow Museum Night in week of the museums, etc. For example, Museum Night is actually the museums will open all over the night. So people can go and see the various things happening, understand everybody will be together to meet in museums. So this is how culturally there is a huge thrust towards knowledge conservation in Russia. And to sum up my talk, I started by talking to airport. Maybe also in my talk another concern about airports. So in Moscow, as shown in the right picture, there are 4 international airports. From Sheremetyevo, Vnukovo, Doroshevo, and Zhukovsky. So these are the places. And the university is all these 4 airports are named after 4 people. So Sheremetyevo Airport is named after Alexander Pushkin, who is one of the greatest literary figures in Russia. So he's also called as the father of Russian literature. And then Vnukovo Airport is named after Tupolev. So Tupolev was the aircraft designer, basically. So it is under whose design this Tupolev aircraft came to be. Moscow, the Sheremetyevo Airport is named after Lomonosov. So Lomonosov is a great scientist. He's actually poet. He was a good poet. He was a scientist also. And Moscow University has this airport, and one of the railway stations are all named after Lomonosov. And the last one, Zhukovsky. Zhukovsky Airport is named after Zhukovsky, who is actually considered as the pioneer or the father of the aviation in Russia. He was the one who promoted the aviation in aerodynamics and hydrodynamics. So the city is also called Zhukovsky in the area, and the airport is also named after it. So you see, airports are named after scientists, after poets, after engineers, designers, and all across Russia you will find lots of airports named after famous people actually. So people who are into arts, who are into different literary activities, people who are great social heroes, people who are great artisanals, people who are great scientists, etc. So that is how the person and the tradition of knowledge and the tradition of heritage is all protected and being talked about. So with this, let me wind up. thank you all for a very patient hearing. And I hope I will be able to communicate with you. I'm not very sure how the online letter has been. I really was an echo when I was earlier. I'm not sure whether it is there now. But I hope you will understand. By the way, this last picture that you see is that of the Moscow State University. It is one of the most beautiful buildings in Moscow. And this building is around 240 meters tall. I mean, that's the height is higher as well. And in 1990, this was the tallest building in Europe. And even today, this is the tallest academic institution in the world. There are 36 stories here, 36 floors, and the 5,000 rooms, and that's how big this university is. And the university is 271 years old. These buildings are the university and but the university has is more than 270 years old. So thank you, thank you so much, and I come back here and I'll be happy to get any questions on your side. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sagar Abdul Aziz. Audience, do you have any questions to ask?
ध्यान दो जो फोकस करना है
Any questions you can ask the delegates? Yes, yes.
Dr. Sandri, thank you so much for this very comprehensive, picture of what is the takeaway first?
Samir sir, are you able to hear?
Did you hear me?
Yeah, well, I'm sorry I couldn't hear the question. I just get I think
What is the takeaway for us in South Asia from your university?
Yeah, okay, excellent, yeah. So, thank you so much for the question. So, I think the biggest takeaway from the education system is that we should make our education or let's say knowledge transfer more integrated with what we do. So, it should not be separate from learning something in the college or school and then totally away from what we do and go away from the work. So basically, learning has to be a continuous process. That is Russia, the children at the right young age, they are not about solutions. So when they come home, they actually practice those things. So they grow up learning that. Secondly, the focus on concepts. Rather than, because sometimes what happens when you are competitive exams, the focus shifts to just, taking the exam, rather than understanding concepts. So here the question is finding out what gets tested are the concepts. What about giving exam is complicated. It's more about how much are you able to apply rather than what you are really memorized or what you are really just crunch up in terms of figures. And the third thing is translating our own knowledge about our own tradition, our own history, our own culture to various means in the public. So each public means becomes a source of what we call study. For example, each country would have a lot of national histories and national personalities and a lot of traditions there. But teaching them as part of history and classes is different. Making them feel the history as we go through the cities and as we walk through the countries and everything. So these are the two takeaways that Russia has brought into the education system. And the most important thing, the most important one is inculcating the sense of society, the sense of civic hospitality, etc. right at the beginning.
Yes. Any other question? Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Samir Abdul Hafiz, and thank you for sharing the global experience by the from classroom ideologies to cultivate the values, civic senses to the intellectual culture in the Russian context. Thank you for all these two delegates from the international delegates from Russia, Dr. Gunay Abidova and Dr. Samir Abdul Aziz for your valuable time for the interactions. On behalf of Department of Education, Rajasthan University, I extend my thank you for the delegates. Thank you, sir.
Zoom out.
So we are running out now. We ready for the lunch. And we are breaking off for the lunch, and after lunch we have one first panel discussion. It will be here on the podium, and after that, after the panel discussion, we go for offline paper presentations in 6 different sessions that will be already shared schedule for the participant group. And after that evening, we have cultural programs. So more exciting cultural events are waiting for you in the evening. So thank you so much. We wait for the session. Let us proceed for lunch and we will be assembled by 2:30.
Sir.
अरे उन लोग को लेफ्ट करो बोलो ना
एनाउंस करना पड़ेगा ना सारे एनाउंस करना पड़ेगा ऐसे नहीं है ना
इधर से रिमूव नहीं कर सकते हैं
नहीं
आ जाइए
सर यू अनाउंस
Yes, some of the really now.
Still
Please, you can all up. I'm just asking you one now.
इधर से नहीं कर सकेगा
हो गया
मैं समीर जी ने ले
यहाँ से कर सकता है लेकिन वो तरीका ठीक नहीं है इसी को हम लोग निकाल देना है वो सब नहीं होता है
एनाउंस कर देना हम ऐसा नहीं कर सकते वो चीज ये बात है ना
जल्दी खाओ क्योंकि फिर सेट करना है आगे आगे खाओ
हो गया एंड कर देगा ना
विजय इवनिंग का जो प्रोग्राम का आप लोगों को जमा करना है कि आएगा मोहिर मैडम वाला
कल्चरल वाला
हाँ
कहाँ पे यहाँ पे ना
यहीं पे ही होगा
डिस्प्ले लगने दीजिए
डिस्प्ले वाला को मोहिर मैडम को दे दिया उससे मिल जाएगा शायद ना
साउंड वाला को गाना आना देना पड़ेगा
हाँ साउंड वाला
हाँ एंड कर दो विजय एंड कर दो रिकॉर्डिंग
सब रिपोर्टिंग भी बंद कर दो
हाँ रिकॉर्डिंग बंद कर
एंड स्ट्रीम
बाहर जन के हम लोग बंद नहीं कर सकते इंजन नहीं कर सकते
कर सकता लेकिन अच्छा नहीं होता है
नहीं